Hi guys. Today's coding. Today is a coding day, as always. Okay, let's go. So we have our to-do list, and I'll make it real quick today. I'm kind of not in the mood to give a long speech at the start. Oh no, maybe tomorrow. So match object positions to match vegetation offset. Okay. So if we look at this, we see that some of the vegetation here is floating in the air. Actually, the problem is not with the vegetation. It's the vegetation is in the white spot. But when we were drawing everything in a line, the bushes and the trees were a little bit too much in the floor, and that just looked weird. So we have to adjust their offset to be a little bit higher. What I did here is I did increase the height of the whole time map, which is supposed to be possible. However, this led to it looking a little bit wonky, and we can't have that. Can't look like this. It's impossible. It's not good. So what are you going to do? You're going to just draw one tile of the ground, put some vegetation on it, and then we are going to compare each doodad to that we can draw and increase their height accordingly. So let's get started. This is going to take a little bit of time. Not actually a task that I look forward to. Maybe I should not have started this stream. Damn it. It was a huge mistake to start the stream. I should have procrastinated or something. Played a game. It's been a long time since I did procrastinate a day. But you know what? That's good. At least I'm trying to be productive each day, and sometimes you have your lows, and today is maybe a bit of a low. I did my workout, I did my work, so it's fine. Also, didn't do anything crazy. So let's choose a grid where we are going to do this. Let's do this on the torches map. And the first step, as I said, is going to be we pick the default brush and pick the most common tile in the early game. And the trick with this is exactly, we look at it, half of this grid. This is how most of the tiles work. They are mostly exactly half of the grid is filled out by this tile. Now, because of the grass, you have a kind of a trick here that it looks like it's not half of the grid, but that's just because of the grass. Don't let yourself be fooled by that. This is exactly the half of one tile here. Okay. So that was the easy part. Now we draw vegetation on it. Second part. We're going to do this with vegetation short. Long. Okay, we see the vegetation long is not always in a good position. Do we have pick chances here? No. So let's. Oh, it's also disabled random. That's weird. I thought their scale was much smaller. Maybe it's the grid? I don't know. It's really odd how big the tiles are here. Or maybe on one of the main maps. Because this is really irritating. How small it is. No, it's way bigger. I have to say, use prefab scale as proportions. Now it's the correct size. Okay, so I need to use the prefab size. Yeah, or else it will use the it will always scale to 1:1. And I think yeah, this option right here, use prefab scale as proportions. It's nearly a good default. And you see that the vegetation is looking like it's coming out of the grass because it has its fading effect exactly set up so that it seems to come out of the grass. I have to correct this one though. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So this one has to be corrected. I'm not randomizing them, I'm specifically picking them. Hope nobody saw that. I mean, there was nothing to see. We saw something weird, nothing happened. So here we have this vegetation, and we are going to change its offset a little bit like this. Just apply this to the prefab and delete it. Same with this one. Down with it. Down with the vegetation. And delete it. That one could also go down just a little bit. And here it goes. I feel maybe I'm a little bit demotivated because I've been sick for way too long. And now I type in numbers instead of now I type in letters instead of numbers. Also not a good sign. At least the music is keeping me up. So we have this vegetation. Could go down just a bunch like this. We have to be very precise with this. It's also that this vegetation is most likely to work with this grass tile. So we're pretty much trying to fit it in there. And then later when we start editing in the game, we don't have time to make these small adjustments every time. So the prefab has to be good. Has to match. It's very important. Okay. And then let's delete them. Now let's go through the brushes. And the main problem of all these cells are, let's draw in number 0 here. Without a draw chance. These are... Oh, this without increased scale. With disable random. Yeah, you can see that it doesn't match the height of this at all. Not at all. So we can maybe just draw them in all at once. Actually, let's do that. And adjust their height. We can actually do this because We can grip them by their sprite. Oh, we can't do that with all at once. So now we have to go through every single one of them and just do it by hand. It's a little bit painful. And I draw in this cell, and it's supposed to look good then inside of this cell. Let's put it here. It has been kind of annoying. You draw into a cell, like I want to be able to just drag and drop them here into one row and randomly pick some from them out with my with my tool. Tool has been set up to do that, but I also need these sprites to match the height that I'm going for. That's very important. Well, these prefabs have a lot of changes. Let's apply that. And delete them. Go to the next brush. The leaf brush is not going to be affected. You can go and draw all the minerals for once. These are the black minerals. I think this one is fine, this one is not. With these, there's a little problem. Because they are also supposed to have this offset, but I think it's alright. This offset here. See what happens if I put them here. I have to put it like this because there's a line on the right side that I have to take care of. Okay, let's actually apply these changes to this prefab and delete it because I need to see something. Also, this one is okay. I'm putting them on the grass line here. So normally you would see more of that, but if they shifted a little bit, you would still not see what's underneath them. At least not too fast. Not so fast. Yeah, I have to take a little bit more care of my voice here. Because it's sounding a little bit depressing. Since I'm sick since nearly 7 days now. No, this is day 7 since I'm sick. Press F for me in the chat. think I can change this position. See if it fits here like this. Okay, that's nice. Apply this. Q. Okay, that's a nice test, but let's get going. So I need to look at this. Yeah, I need to apply the changes of these two ways. So I apply these two so I apply these to all of the minerals. So now let's see the next brush. On the mixed brushes can be ignored. Let's go to the rocks. Okay, the problem with the rocks is they do have not this structure that they are an object with a sprite on it. So if I draw, let's pick element 0 here. See, it's going to draw itself directly into the field. And if this would be in the background, like this, you don't see a lot of it. So this would need to have an offset. Oh, let's try 0.5, which is quite radical. Okay, let's try 0.3. 0.3. I think it's something like 0.2 would be nice. I think the 0.2. There's one little problem with this. 0.25 is best, I think. Yeah. I think that's generically okay. Is it? I've done this with this brush, but in the mixed brushes I didn't. There's one mixed brush with rocks. Okay, I think that's a sacrifice that we can actually ignore then. So in the mixed brushes, let's give all of these brushes with rocks an offset. Just like that, and they have them an offset with their Y value. And we're done. Actually, that's why we had the mixed ones. Now the rock brushes. Oh, there's a lot of rocks. Because rocks, I just knew that there could be a lot of rock variations. Something that you can generically just put in your game. Now we have sticks. I think sticks have been set up already to generically be on the ground here. And this one though. let's give them an offset of minus 0.1. I think that would be a little bit better. Yeah, then generally look okay on that. Yeah. So I think they're a little bit too big. Let's put them to 0.8. Scale. 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 Okay. Torches, no trees. Okay, now it's time to go to the trees. You see, I draw here into this field, but the tree is way more in the ground. No, that's not good. So let's look. There's the tree structure. Yes, you should also stop just drawing the tile map. I can increase the height of the tree so it's just on the grass. And apply it to all the overrides. In the tile maps later, we still have to find a way how to make sure that they don't look wonky when they move with the jump. Something that we have to take care of. The best way would to just draw a tile map there. It's a quite an easy fix. But I don't really like that too much because it takes a lot of time and effort. It's something that you usually want to avoid. Because you want things that scale well in time, and where you can see okay, I have a method here, and this is not going to break my neck, because the thing that you as a developer have at least is time. So always invest in. So I always invest in trying to be very time efficient. Speaking of which, I should get a little bit faster. Okay, 3-4. Not many trees left. It should be alright. It should be alright. Damn it, I don't have a voice anymore. Also should draw on scale 1. It's no use if I do this in a different scale. Let's start at 0 again and see what happens. Okay, so the trees seem to be okay. Okay, I should increase the tile map width. Okay, number 1 is okay. Number 3 is not okay. now we can get going. Oh, it's not that many trees anymore. And after the trees, there's not much coming. What comes after tree vegetation? Okay, after the trees were actually finished. Oh, it wasn't that painful. Still didn't like going through all the trees, to be honest. Just not my favorite task. It's just grindy. Setting up assets never was my favorite task. What am I supposed to do? Override. I said I wanted to be fast. But to be honest, I'm also not a fan of just grinding. For some reason I'm not a grind guy who likes to just do the same thing the whole day. It's just annoying for me to do monotonous tasks. I know that a lot of people think that doing monotonous tasks is really important for them to show that they are very, very strong and don't give up and can ignore their feelings. And that's actually the part that I hate about it. Like lack of no, just kind of weird for me. Okay, so let's go into the custom brush first. And look if we make a new tree. Sorry, I'm sorry. And we make this white child, and we have to set its size to its parent size. Now this size, local scale to vector 1. I think that's something that we did wrong with the trees so far. I need to get more tea here. I didn't think that my My voice would still be that dry today, so I really thought I could speak with ease. I'm really a little bit suspicious about my voice, because I get this kind of behavior from my voice where it gets weak nearly always in the winter, and I get sick one time, and I'm a little bit suspicious that this is because it's mostly in the winter. That this is because of vitamin D lack of vitamin D. This is lack of vitamin D, which can also cause all kinds of illnesses. It's a little bit weird that it's also every time in the winter, so it would match with not getting enough sunlight. So maybe I should go get naked and go out now. It will help me get some sun. The police is stopping me. I'm just saying, hey, I'm doing this for my health. Nothing personal. They will say, okay, sorry, but you still have to go to the prison. Then I just say it's a prank, bro, and you can go. Okay. Actually, I'm thinking about taking supplements, but before that, I would have to go to the doctor. So it makes it a little bit tedious to think about it. Let's go to the doctor, then order supplements, and then get healthy. Yeah, should also just go to the doctor to check myself once in a year. Often missing that. Actually, I was not the common doctor going to the dentist every year, but other doctors not at all. And something you should actually do, like for cancer searching, even if you're young, you can be 18 and just die from cancer. Goodbye. Sorry, it was F in chat. It's sad what happens. And yeah, you'd want to be healthy. It's also your right, at least in Europe, to just go there and let them check you. Correct top position and make them changeable. Yeah, there's something going on that is odd with the top position. These ones. First, I want to go into the script and make them changeable. So if I say, so how could I change these? Let's go and close all the methods. Okay, maybe not the whole class. Initialize tile maps is not going to do that, because it's only initializing existing tile maps. Make center points. Not going to have an influence on the top position at all. check selected point distance. Change the selected point distance. Yeah, that's the one. It's also not the one. Set reference points. That's the method. And we have to somehow give this set reference points to a method to reset the top position. Me to change reference point. Yeah. A new method, private void change top position, because now we have the same code into different instances. So we need these two, I think. Do we need the reference point? No. We need the load scaled shifting speed. So here we can just call the method where we have it did copy it out from. Just wanted, I copied too much, sorry. But that happened. Make it also static. And I can delete the methods from the old method. Okay, now I have to do this in here. However, I do have the parallax transform. I do not have the scale shifting speed. So 90. So I need to essentially just copy the calculation. But I don't know the shifting speed. I can get it though. However, this is a little bit weird that it is using the scale shifting speed at all. It should use the point shift. It's essentially the same. It's the distance times the speed. Yeah, it actually works. So how do I calculate the shifting speed? Now I could show how clever I am and calculate that. But I can also just go into the editor, find the script. The math is already in there. Just copy it and paste it inside. Now there's not much use in doing things twice here. See, that's as easy as it gets. Fortunately, all these red lines here are inside of the parallax transform. Okay. Now if I pick these time maps here, I'm going to pick all the children in here, all the time maps. I can change reference point. Okay. I get an error. Okay, I didn't see that one. What was in there before? Left reference point. Left reference point. Dot position. Okay. And I don't know why I hit play. So change the reference point, and they have all been set to 0. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Why shifting mod is set to 1? So I think there's a problem in our calculation. Something is not set. So something was 0. Was it the top distance? Most likely not. Definitely not. Was it the scaled shifting speed? think because we are dividing here, we are dividing this, multiplying this with 0.5. We need to multiply this with 2. I think the reason for this is because it's looking from one point to the center and from the center to the right. This is why we had to divide here. Player reference distance. Let's debug log the speed that is coming out. Maybe we want to debug log more though. For example, here the top position, top distance, sorry. And the new Y position, what calculates for that. So the local position. No. And I should stop hitting plates, just wasting my time. God damn it. Because normally I'm playing the game and cancel, trying to do something inside of the game. So, okay, what was I doing? Change reference point. So we see there's a steady curve in there. The scaled shifting speed is 0. This one. So the problem is most likely queuing before that. Now, I'm not sure if it's really 0. I think it's just really small. We see they are spreading. It's just really small. This is too small. This is smaller than it actually is. Because now if I hit play, now I want to hit play. And I jump up and down. Can see how much they move. That's way more than this bit. And this is how they have moved. Should have moved when the player has moved from this to this position. Yeah. This is why it's called reference point. These are points that you need to calculate perspective, and this is not easy to do. Which also is why this is breaking my neck. Like literally. I mean, quite literally. So let's show top position here. It's weird that it shows that much movement. And now they are all very close together. Let's show their center parallax transform. I think this also does not show correctly how they will be behaving if the camera is at this center position. I think it makes it quite hard to understand. Perspective is hard. Perspective is hard. Glad I'm not working in 3D right now. In 3D it's way harder. You have to do more with vectors and the math. Yeah, I always say how hard what kind of a hard time I have with rotations. Easy rotations, you just turn one thing around one axis, no problem. 2 axis, maybe it's going to work. 3 axis and movement involved. Turn something while it's rotating something. And my head explodes if I just think about it, because with quaternions in Unity or in general are really time-intensive calculations. So, what went wrong? I'm essentially doing the same calculation as in here. Except we're actually even doubling the scale shifting speed. So what if I don't scale it down? Oh, I don't know. I think then it's going to be way too much. If it's not way too much now, then I need to go think a little while, because I would not understand if it works now correctly. I would have to think for a little while, but I don't think it will. So let's change them. Actually looks very realistic. Is that true? Though, let's go on the time map and match the height of the current point references with the height of the player camera. So first thing, I'm on this now. The camera. Let's copy the world position of its Y. Actually, we can't do that. Copy position world. And insert it inside of the reference point. And just put it back here. Except for the Y position. Not going to change anything about that. And then we are going to change the reference point We see that the first scale shifting speed here is 0. I think that's still not good. So behind this, no, that's correct. Because there's 2 layers that are on the map that are never going to move. That is, so 0 is actually correct. I never should have said that. Just have to see why have to get behind the map. So now let's go and see how much each layer moves. And I have no idea how to confirm that our math is correct. I have an idea how to confirm that our math is correct. So I can go in here and look at the top reference point that says 3. What is this saying? It says -2. Time map. It moved down. Now what I need to do is I need to find the shortcut for pausing. I need to find the shortcut for pausing. Unity hotkey pause. Control Shift P. It's a it's not Control Shift P. It's not a nice shortcut because Control is
Control Shift P.
Thank you. I don't think that's a good shortcut because Control P is playing, so I guess a lot of people, yeah, it's very easy to stop the game this way. But okay, thank you for trying to help me. Okay, so at this position, you have to check how much the time maps move for the parallax shift. So now you see that they have moved up and down. We need to ignore that they are floating in the air. We just want to get the math right now. So for this one, it has moved into the air from 0.5 to 0.5, which would be 3 in height. So this is kind of wide. This is kind of right. The problem though is when I'm landing on the air, that's more. Okay, my keys are broken. Get out my game controller. The problem is more on the. Oh, my keys is stuck. Okay, I think my shift key was stuck. I think on the ground. Some of the assets in the background, you see how low they are. Don't want them to be that low. On the center reference point should be, if the player is on this height, it should be the time map should be in its drawn position, how I did draw it. But it's lower right now. That's not good. So let's see why that is happening. We need it to stop lowering itself when I start the game. So for that I need to go into this parallax transform. And try to get the map to see what we are doing here at the beginning. So we have this Y shifting mod, which is giving us a hint where we have to look. We have the Y shifting speed, which is calculated just like the X shifting speed. And it's going to assign a new Y position. It's calculating. Its current position. The current position of the camera minus the center point position, which is not good, I think. No, it should because the center point position is above the tile map. This is the tile map center game object. This is the center game object, and then it's needs to take this as its start position. So what is this supposed to mean? Why does we start with a shifted time map? Because when we start the game, the camera is up there, the time map is here. If we go down and the time map starts shifting, we go down and the time map will be somewhere we don't want to. We want the time map to be in the normal Y position when we come down there, and then we want to have its default position. So we need to calculate at the beginning where it needs to be, and then go and match the Y position. Now this could be app optimized though, but I'll talk about this later. And the optimization, this works completely fine. The optimization is more like the shift is currently done with the camera position. Now this will always work because we're saving the old position. That is, yeah, it's always memorizing the old position and then looking at the current position. So the optimization for later will be that if the player is not close to the parallax, we want the parallax effect just to stop. We want to stop this update function if the player is too far away. Why? Because we need to save resources. We can have a lot of parallax effects, and yeah, this is something that I need to test out later, because then I will have to test how far away is going to look good, and it's basically just testing it out by starting the game over and over again until you find the right values. But before I do that, I should actually just work on the time map and make the functions right. As long as the functions are not working correctly, there's no use in trying to fix them. So let's see, if I come down there, is it going to be in its default position? I don't think so. I don't think so, no. That's not correct. It's actually quite wrong. These seem to be way too high. They seem to be way too low. Maybe it's plus minus problem. Let's see. So you can find out easily. Just press this, save it, and try it out. I'm trying to think about it. This is going to tell us the distance between the camera and the tile map. Oh. And the time map is actually... Oh, forget. The time map the timer position is somewhere in the middle of the map. It can be anywhere. We have to give it the last center point position that it memorized. So where would be that? What's the center? Last Q and point reference. References. Brooks. Yeah, it's actually then it can stay plus. So the cam, let's say the cam is here, point references are here, then it's going to be negative when the speed is also positive, and the speed will be positive if it's in the back. I think we have to switch it. Oh no. Is this the correct height? I think so. Yeah, I think this is the height that we did assign it to. Let's look again. Yeah, when we draw it, because I made a lot of changes to the assets so we can draw faster and faster, I changed the height of all these objects. Now I will go and delete this whole time map soon, because I'm still optimizing the drawing process to be as fast as possible. Now, at the moment, I can draw in... Actually, I did look how fast I can draw this, and I measured it in 3 minutes. I can draw all of this by setting it up, but I'm still optimizing everything around it. Now I still have to test if these top positions that I can show here are correct. So I corrected the top positions. The top position calculation. Yeah, algorithm, which is going to shift the timers to top, bottom. You jump up and down to have some parallax effect, which is nice. But I still need to understand how this is going to show. Is supposed to show us what if the player jumps up to this position. How is this going to look? I don't think it's going to look like this. This doesn't seem correct. And this is just supposed to help me. How this is going to shift? How is this going to look if the player is moving to the right? How is this going to look if I move to the left? This position, it will look like this. Let's go and play and see if the time maps are going to shift themselves to the center automatically, and then shift back in the correct position and look like this. So there has to be a lot that has to go right now. And I think they look like this. Let's memorize this stone here is above this chest, underneath this chest. It's not. Let's go and stand exactly on this position. And then it's... No, that's not correct. So we have to put them back to center and then go stand here and see how it looks. So there is something wrong with the center, with the reference points. Now the rock is here. So the problem here, actual problem is not that the rock is, that the algorithm is wrong. algorithm is right, this is the position that you will see when you stand on this position. But if I forget to reverse this, then it will not put itself to center and then shift back correctly to the left position if I hit play. So now this is really a rare case where we say, hey, but joke's on you if you do this accidentally and forget it. But I still think it's nice to have, because humans make mistakes. I make a lot of mistakes. I'm a programmer. I know how many mistakes I make per second. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's incredible. Fortunately, I don't make as many mistakes as the average people, and people call that intelligent. I don't know about that. So, what's happening when we start the... Okay, let's... I'm looking in the wrong script. Got carried away too much. So, what's happening here at the beginning? We need to set back the tile map to its starting position, the center point position. So where does it set itself back? Here. It's checking if its local position has been changed, because we are going to save the tile map local position right here in this area here. And if the tile map... It's compiling. If the tile map has been moved in its position... Oh, it actually has been moved in its Y position. That's odd. I have to look into the prefab for a second, sorry. Okay. So I'm not sure why the time map has been moved in its Y position, but it has been done with every tile map in the same way. So I'm not sure where this happened. It might have, and it did not happen with these. So I think I did this manually. Yeah, I think I did this manually, and this shouldn't affect the position of the left and right though. So we need to find out what's happening here. So if it's not in its local position, like I say the left position. When I'm standing here, it's going to look like this, and then shift itself over to the left. Once I go and past, it's going to see that it should see that it's not on 0 or 0, 0. It's on a different position, and then it's going to set itself to the position 0, 0, 0. Okay. We also should maybe save this local position more often when we are setting the center point. So this is changed saved inside of the script here. When we set reference points. Okay, let's also do this in this set reference points function. because this is not going to shift the time map, but it would be nice if we have just an method that is going to update all our methods, and every time we call this, it's going to update all our positions and set in our values correctly. This is basically what this method is for. For remembering and setting up the parallax. And then this time map transform local position should set itself to the time map local position that we have saved. So this is pretty much fail-safe actually. But it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work, yeah. Well, so let's go and put it to center. Change reference point. Huh? Now, it's also telling us something, yeah. We still have to get rid of some of the debug logs here. So let's clear this. So now it set itself up to the correct Y value. This shouldn't do anything. So if we put this to the left, the timer will now be at -7. And before we do anything, it's going to put itself to 0, 0, 0 though. Let's debug log this if this is really happening, because it's kind of weird that there's a difference at all when we do this to when we put it to center. It should just reset itself. Also, when we change the position here, maybe you should always save the center position first. So we see, I remember this stone has to be here at this position. Now this tells us that it has set itself to the local position 0, 0, 0 2 times. Which is very odd, because all of these time maps here do have a different shift. No, not this one. This is the first one, which doesn't have parallax shift speed, but this one. So this should be not be triggered 2 times, but 4 times. So let's look into the scripts here. Okay. You also have to look into this serialized object of serialized property has been disposed. We have to get rid of this error soon, because I've seen this pop up multiple times now, and I think this is because we changed the inspector with our custom brushes here. I think, but it's no. I just wanted to say it's not much likely because I had this inspector open, but then I'm reading grid paint palette clipboard. Yeah, and this is definitely our custom brush setting, so there's still one bug inside of this. So yeah, I can open Google and Google this up. Yeah, but we will do this later. One task after another. So if I put all of the time maps to the left now. Okay. Now we see this rock should be left of the box, of this crate. If I press play, it isn't. Now let's see how many times it triggered that the time map was not at its local position. Now I have set up 5 of them, to be different. To have a different Y position. So this should trigger 5 times. Triggers 2 times. It should trigger 4 times because this memorized 0 minus 170 0 minus 170. So what's going on? Can look into this editor function and see if it's actually remembering this. And we set it dirty. Okay. We also can look if this is a serialized field. It is a serialized field. So it shouldn't. I'm not good enough with serialized fields yet, but I think this shouldn't bug. I think. Okay, yeah, maybe I should say, if it's not on the, if they are not the same, I did it vice versa. Yeah, that's terrible. That's actually terrible. Yeah, actually that makes sense that it does not work if I mess up is true and is false. This is the same, is not the same. Yeah, that actually makes sense. So let's see what happens. Is it on the right position now? It looks like. The stone is on the left of the crate. Let's maybe memorize this stone in front of the crate here, because it's very, very easy to distinguish. And if I turn off the gizmos, we see the same stone in front of this crate. So this is great. We see the stone on the crate. Yay. Sorry. Yes. It's another feature solved. Okay. So correct top position and make them changeable. Great, this is done. Resources. Okay, how am I? Resources. If time it. Now that we have this error, solve serialized property error. I think it was called that. If time map is selected, give only show this option, yes. Also restructure sub options to use more sub menus. So what I want to do here Right now, if I open this, I have all these functions here, but I can make them into 3 categories. This is mandatory. This is really mandatory. Solve. Okay, solve serialized property error. Solve this error here. This is popping up, and unfortunately, I do not know what this where this is really coming from. But we can first try to read this trace. It's not very long. This is not one of my code lines. Let's still try to see what happens here. Null reference. Exception. Serialized object of serialized property has been disposed. So there has been an object of a property inside. There's a property inside of this that has been disposed. Like if I have a game object here, one of these game object, and they have been disposed. Now, I don't know what has been disposed, and this was just one example. Unity editor, serialized property verify. Okay, this is where the bug happened. Was realized. Get string value game object inspector on disable. Quit palette clipboard on disable. So, when is this thrown? When I play the game? I don't think so. When is the grid palette disposed? On disable. Can I close the window? And I lost the error. Let's try to go through brushes. No. Go through different time maps. No. Unfortunately, I lost the stack trace. That's a little bit unfortunately now because I also wanted to go for the code line. So let's look into this error. I did copy paste the error into Google and can look it up now. So here's the same error. Let's just see what he did. I just removed line 99 and now I have no more errors. Okay, 99. What did he do? Prefab utility unpack prefab instance. Destroy immediate. Ooh. It would be really bad if it has to do with prefab utility. He removed this line. Okay. Okay, I'm still getting the error. Couldn't find the solution. I just started Unity and I'm doing everything as told in the tutorial. Now they don't get it out of the grid palette, which makes it harder. So maybe we should first try to get this error again. So how do we reproduce this error? That's not it. Recompiling. Maybe recompiling will throw this error. Because then it's maybe going to call on disable. No, compiling is also not throwing that error. So we might want to go through all of these code lines very soon to fix them. What can throw this error? When I draw with the brush, will it throw the error? No. When I pick a field, will it throw the error? No. Don't want to just wait until this throws the error again. Let's go to the default brush. Let's go back. No error. What can I do? Damn it, I don't know how to recreate this error. This is very sad. We'll have to keep attention to this. It will happen again. I saw this multiple times now. It's a very rare error indeed. So if I pick an empty brush, which is not serialized. Okay, no. Is it maybe a specific brush that he does not like? No, it's not that. I'm just going through all of the brushes now to make sure that it's not picking a specific one. We have maybe deleted the field or something. Okay, I think I did never open the other brushes here, and I'm through all of them. Okay, it's not one of the brushes. Not one of the brushes. So what is it then? It's not a brush, it's brush option. I never did anything inside of here, so pick a field. 8, 7, 6, 10, 10 is not supposed to work, but this is actually okay that it throws an error here. Maybe we should say if check if this is null and then throw an error just to I don't know, is null. And this should now then say, oh, actually we already did this. So this error shouldn't happen. So this should be, if this is bigger than cell's length -1. Yeah. Okay. So this is checked that we did wrong. And then we throw an error just to show that we can detect an error. We are good programmers. Exception. Pick element is bigger than cell size. Okay, and we can add one space in here. Okay, which is absolutely bananas. We can also say cell size -1. So even filthy casuals can understand it. Because now only the programmers would get that this is an out of bounds array error. That if you pick an element, that it is actually it's also mathematically correct. Cell size -1, yeah. Now maybe some people who would buy this in the asset store and don't have any idea what coding is. Will have a problem to understand why number 10 is not this number 10, that is number 9. But if you're working with Unity, you should have at least basic understanding how an array is structured. It would be nice, at least. On the other side, don't blame the user. Don't blame the user. On the other side, I don't have any reports, so and that's doesn't matter yet. Now 3 errors. 1, 2. Where's the third one? Okay. Okay, now I want to get rid of all the debugs log I did here. Debug logging is kind of a little bit bad practice. To be honest, you can just attach the IDE here to Unity. Mark these lines with these dots, and then hit play inside of the IDE. For some reason, I never made this into a habit. For some reason, I never made this into a habit. I think it might be because I'm working a lot in editor functions. So We can we have started to search for this, but not been successful. Find why this is happening. But we can. There was something with which palette we can add here. And no one points to the grid palette. But we can remember was very Unity's editor serialized property verify flags. So let's look for that. So we want to see verify flags. What does this even do? Can we maybe look it up? Not really. Now we can look it up here. Somehow. What's the white button? I have the feeling like it's coming out of this function right here, because this is where we are working on, and after this we fixed the bug, but that now sometimes this warning shows up, but I don't know quite yet where it is coming from. Also, let's try to get this bug by closing the editor and reopening it again. Okay, then we have the task restructure the menus here. So what I want to do is to go, we have these regions, and each of these regions should just be a submenu. Yeah, here are these 3 regions: show information, show timers, shift timers. So should we make them into one? No. Say just give it a new field here, show information. Then show position. Okay, let's see if the error has been thrown here. It's going to compile, it's bad. It's going to compile, it's maybe going to reinitialize the console. So we might not be able to see if the error is thrown when we are reopening the game. Okay, here's a good hint. The object of type gameObject has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. And this has been called inside the block that I was talking about. But this is not code that I ever edited. Something that was in there before. Calculate. Oh. Okay. What happened here is the following thing. In the beginning, Yeah, and you maybe need to write a comment here. I'm going to listen to the active time map. If you listen to the active time map, if changed, call this function. Yeah, this is what this is going to do. And what happened here at the beginning, it was not initialized, and it automatically picked up the first tile map at the beginning. And I'm not sure in which order this is executed. So we need to make sure that this is not done before it has set up itself, or we might just make sure if the brush class hidden grid layout is not yet initialized because it just didn't have time for that. Then we don't want to do anything at all yet. Because this is also not supposed to do anything when nothing has been set up yet. It's only when the user is selecting a time map then we want to trigger this. So it did set up its brush yet, but it seems that it never did create its grid layout. It did not create the grid layout yet. So maybe we can also just, because it doesn't have any other consequences, say, do we have access? So let's look again into the exact line, hidden grid, get component, grid. So I'm not sure if the grid is null or the component. So I can be lazy here and use a trick. Why is my mouse here? Okay, use a trick. If brush class, we know the brush class is not null. Hidden grid, question mark, get component. Come on. I want to use this question mark. It's just like the idea behind it. So yeah, can we tell it to initialize it hidden grid? Update hidden grid layout? No. Create it, please. How does it create the hidden grid layout? Let's find its usages. It's going to do that on enable. So yeah, this is basically an error that is popping up when this on enable is called, and it's called before other things happen. It's just that we don't know the order that things will happen at the start. And in my tests so far, I've not been confirming that the order is the same every time. The order that things in the editor are enabled is sometimes a little bit random. I think they are going. Maybe it has to do something that they are going to the CPU as threads, and then the CPU is just assigning them, and it doesn't have any kind of queue or priority list. and just sorts. Then the CPU just sorts them and puts them in as they fit. And this is maybe why they are enabled in an order that we don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining things. I just know that they are not enabled in the same order every time. So we can't guarantee that the brush class has been set up yet. So how do we write this? There was a syntax, and I don't know it yet. I don't know it anymore. Was it like this? No. Ah, I forgot how to do this. So we can just write it like this to be more consistent. I think then the hidden grid will be null, and this will tell us if it has been enabled yet. So now it will compile. We can, in the meanwhile, while it's compiling, sort the custom functions that I was talking about. Here. Then show information, show time maps. And then I want to, under these to have a new menu item. Let's copy the structure. And this is supposed to be only show this tile map. Only show this time map, which is going to be more generic. It's supposed to only show one time map that you are selecting right now, and then I want to have an option to reverse what we did. So why would we like to have this in a function? You sometimes want to see one time map just because there's objects in front of the camera, and you just can't see what you're editing right now, and you know the things will be shifting left and right because of parallax effect. So you need to have some kind of tool just to look at one single time map. Yeah? And yeah, that's basically it. We could change the alpha value of all time maps too, so you could still see where the other time maps would be, but this is very risky. What if we wanted to have certain alpha values in certain time maps? And this would mess around with this, and actually there is one time map that is hidden because of its alpha value and has been set up, so we cannot make this generic. So yeah, okay, maybe could just do this with every time map that has its alpha value set to 1 though. It would be nice. And you could still maybe see the other time maps transparent, so you would not have to reverse show just to remember, okay, where am I again? And then you could just pick an alpha value for all the time maps that have their alpha value to set to 1, which is 99%, and for the 1% that is not 1 because you want to have this to be a window time map, for example, and say okay, its time map value will be set to alpha value will be set to 0.5. Okay, no problem. Then we are not going to change this at all and just leave it be, because it's going to be a little bit messy. We could also write the alpha value into a list though. Ah, come on. So there's a lot of things that you could do. I'm still a little bit hesitant with the alpha value. If it's not, I think we should not only do this with alpha value on 1, instead of writing them into a list, because if there's any other custom editor functions that interfere with this function, it's going to be a mess very quick. And I think the use case for time maps with alpha value not 1, the use cases are very rare. They exist though. They exist. We don't want to mess around with that. So what this is going to do, only show this time map. So we don't want to, we want to get the selection, but we only want to get the current time map. So I think there's already a function to see if we only have selected one time map. Let me try to guess which one it is. Maybe it's change reference point. No. Was something that only influenced one. Make center points. No. Check current point RAM. No. Change selected point distance. No. Init, no. I was pretty sure that I had this function. Oh, I think I scrapped it. Yeah. So it must be somewhere here. Yeah, it's this function here. So first we need to check, did we select one time map? Because this I could also select multiple time map with this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, a little bit stupid by me, yeah. Yeah. So selected game objects. Selected, then we want to check selected tile maps. Selected tile maps as a list, and into this list we're going to add every time map that we have selected. So for every game object, let's just say selected game object. We're going to also make this into a tile map. I'm not sure if we have to go into the time map or time map renderer. That's actually a good question. So we still have an error in there. There's also a Unity render preview render. Was not cleaned up properly because assembly reloading when led to leaking the scene in the editor. It's been caused by not calling cleanup during the on disable of an editor or an editor window. Yeah. Maybe need to see if this pops up again when we restart the editor. We will still have to restart the editor. Now we have show position, show information. I thought I defined more, but it also did not compile yet because we still have error in there. So let's get going. So let's look how the first grid that we are having in mind, that you would have in mind here, would be these time maps here. We just see, okay, the time map has the color, so we want to get the time map. Question answered. I also want to get the name right. Okay, so we have gotten list with all our selected time map. So we can also get a list with all time maps. And I think I'm working in the wrong whoops. I'm working in the wrong function the whole time. How could that happen? I must have sneezed or something. Okay. Jokes aside, we need to get going. We also have list with all the time, and these will be essentially game object kind of type time map. Okay, good. But can we find game objects of type? Yes. To list. This is going to be an array. To list? No. So what is this returning? What is this returning? This is going to return an array T. And T is going to be time map in this case. While T is the type. I don't think we can just put them inside of here. Nope. So we have to Can we just add them? Can we just add the whole array in there? That would be nice. No, then I don't want to go to write a for each for them. Is there any fancy method to go around this? I don't think so. It would be nice if there would just be an add array function or something, or just cast this to a list. I don't know. We have to do this in the old-fashioned way. Just go through it and add them. So. Okay, and then, because we first initialize all time maps, we can add the selected time maps to the selected time maps, but remove these time maps that we have selected from all time maps, because these are come on. These are the times that we don't want to edit, change. So let's change this into all the other time maps. Yeah, that's a scientific descriptive name. 100% good. Okay, now let's go. We need to save these into a variable. Okay, so this list here going to be defined in its class name, and it's at the beginning of the class, so we don't forget it. We need to save this as a private list. Gladly, it also writes private there. It's static. It's one time. Because yeah, we don't need this to be used in multiple classes. We only have one menu, and that's enough. So for each of the selected time maps, we don't want to do anything with the selected time maps. They're fine. Actually, we don't even need to save these, because we're not doing anything with them. We never do anything to that. The user does anything to those? Yeah, that's the user. We don't interfere with the user. We only have to kind of check that he doesn't interfere with us. Also, we only want to add those if, as I said, we have to check the alpha value. And maybe we want also to make sure specifically include inactive. No. Don't want to include inactive. If something is not inactive, has been set inactive by the user, we don't want to include it in here. Inside of here. So if the time map dot color dot a is not is 1, then edit. If it does not have an alpha value of 1, we don't want to have anything to do with it, because then we have to check why what we want to do with this. we're going to change its alpha value. We would have to write that into a list and do a lot of stuff. So now, and in the end, all we want to do is, do we want to disable them? No, we want to change the color. So color, new color, new tile map color. Also could give this in as slider window from 0 to 1 for its alpha value. That would actually be the best option. No, I don't want to make a slider now. It's not going to compile anyway, so let's go and look for how do we make an editor window. Slider. And there's already something set up. So but we have to set it up by ourselves. We have to make make our own slider here. So let's copy this class. Go to Unity. Go to the project. Let it compile first, maybe. Not overdo it. Let Unity compile for once. Just once in a while. So even Unity can have the joy of having script that actually work. That would be nice. Okay. Compiling. I love waiting half a minute more and watching Unity compile. It's all I want to do. I'm a little bit irritated. Why is show time maps down here and all the other shows up here? That's weird. And whatever. So we go into editor. Customize workflows. And I've forgotten the correct name. Just blessing. Is now Unity is going to create a class and compile it again. Yes. This is what I was waiting for. Sitting here and seeing Unity compiling. Couldn't do anything better now, right now. Yes. Delete it. Recompile. Okay. Now let's create a new C# script. And this time I just copied the class name. Let's try to open this before Unity tries to recompile. No, we were too slow. Okay, here we go. So what does this actually do? This has a script with the slider from 0 to 1 to 100. We want to have it to be from 0 to 1. And this will be our our value then. Also, what we want to do here is to copy our structure of the other editor windows that we have, like this color picker. We want to have this show. And here's where we want to show the window. And so I want to be consistent what kind of code I use. So yeah, now I can delete this initialize function. This is going to be called inside of the timemap editor functions, so we can have a slider. So as you see what this does. It's public static void. Show slider. We just want to give it a title. Don't need a start color. Don't have a start. We don't have a color. We could, yeah, we could maybe for reasons just say float start value. And then set this to scale. And we don't have the OK button yet. So on GUI, we need to create this button. And you see there's not a lot going on here. In the old GUI, only the slider was added here. And this is going to be inside of here instead of the color. Now we have the scale. Still needs to get some values though. Should close, yes. Don't have this color option. And we don't have this should color option. I think they should not have they should have named this a little bit more appropriate to not be scale, but I think this is a slider value. Yeah, this is the slider value. So let's put in a more descriptive name for that. And then let's also see, holy shit, what the hell? What did it change? Did it change the whole Unity documentation or what? Because I'm really worried because it took so long to just change this one value there. Let's put in all the values here. So return color, we don't have a return color, but we have a return value. So let's say this is going to be return value. Now selected color. We don't have that. The slider value. We cannot empty this float. Or can we? New float. Yeah, we can just give it an empty float. Come on, just give me the right type here. We don't have this option, so we can just leave it out. That's something from the other window. Okay, then. Okay, that wasn't that complicated. So the only thing now is we need to have two options for this, as we found out yesterday. Because this needs to be an enumerator. This is going to be a routine. Static enumerator. And we are going to have this float. New time map. Alpha. And that is going to... And this is going to be initialized later. So. Now don't have a return this... Just try to just copy the structure for our coroutine. So here we got it. Actually, I could even type it by myself. It's not that hard. But the second part is a little bit harder. It's a little bit tricky. This is where we are in the enumerator. And we need to wait for the actual we need to actually wait for the slider to pick a value, to return a value. This is hard. This is not easy. So I'm also working in the wrong method again. Here's where I want to work. So I want to editor GUI layout slider show should we give it as its the default value will be 0. The name will be select new file map alpha color. String float. Show slider. Okay. And then we have to see for the return value if float is null or empty is not existing. We have to change if this is just an empty new float. And then we want to wait. And if this is finished, possible null session. I don't think that's a good hint there. Possible wounding issue with an empty new float. I don't think that's going to happen. And then we got the new tile map alpha. Okay, we got it. And then, at last, we want for each tile map that we have selected, color is going to be a new color. With the old tile map color. And the new alpha value that we have selected inside of our slider. So this can be optimized, but it's not important. It's in the editor. Now we have to reverse this. No, there's still one thing that we have left. What if we do this twice? Then it's going to forget. Don't want this. So we want to first do this here. We want to make sure that this is a new list. And we want to empty this inside. We want in the end of this function here, when you reverse this, we want to clear this in the end. And first we want to check if all tile map changes have not been reversed abort. If dot, can we look empty now? Length is not null. It's not 0. Then we want to show a pop-up window where the user is seeing, okay, you need to do something here. With the Unity display dialog, display editor, utility display dialog, error, alt tile map changes, have not been reversed yet. Or when we do this, we first just want to call, if the count is not 0, we just want to call this. Yeah. That's it. But what if I select 2 tile maps and then I want to say, hey, I only want one of them, and then I select one, and then it tells me, hey, you have to reverse first. And the user maybe say, hey, why don't you reverse? Don't do the reverse by yourself. So yeah, if it's not 0, we want to reverse the changes first and call this, and then we can do all the stuff again. Okay, so we don't accidentally forget how to reverse all the changes. We always want to get back to our starting point. and never lose track of that. And for that, we are only reversing every time and making sure that we don't forget any time maps that we have edited so far. So it's going to reverse it. Then every time map is going to be at the starting state again, and then we can just start all over again. So now how are we going to reverse all of these changes? This is going to be easy. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's too easy actually. But that's it. Yeah, I want to make a region out of these here. It's a lot of methods. Also don't understand why show time maps is at the bottom, but whatever. It's not important. So while Unity is compiling, I'm going to make a quick dash to the toilet. Also get some milk for my voice. Milk and honey, very good for your voice. So be right back. Okay, so I restarted the Unity editor again, and we don't see any error pop up at the beginning, so we at least saved one error. I'm not sure if the error that we saw with the serialized property is still going to pop up or not, because the errors themselves did read themselves differently. And I think the error with the serialized field did pop up during after the initialization of the editor. So I cannot say this is done already. We structured the main menu at the top though. Now we have these all in a nice position here. Maybe want to sort these though. I want to set the have this set time group at the top because that's the most important one. So actually let's reverse this task here. And we still haven't tested if the function that we defined did work. There's only one way to find out. However, if anything goes wrong, that's not good. So there's one thing that we can do. We only do this here. Change all the alpha colors. We want to actually record that. So we can undo it. Or we can record all the objects. Can we have to go more to the bottom here. Can we just put them in there? To array? No. Oh, we can. Can cause one-time exception on white operation. So then let's not do that. So now we can just control Z, and when we reverse this, we can also reverse the reversing. Yeah, can reverse the reverse of time maps. Set back what we set back. And just undo everything that we did. If anything goes wrong, we might have to recolor every time up here now. But this is a test level, so it's okay. Shouldn't be afraid of that. Okay, this is the tile map. Show time maps. Only show this time map. And it bugs out immediately. Okay. So let's make the initialize the init function. Initialization of the time maps here. So this has been initialized. We don't need to make a new list every time. We clear it with the reverse function. So when holy sh... And also did not record that. Oh, sorry. So, what happened there? So it was as bad as it can get. Now I need to somehow find where this time map was. Must be in here or somewhere. Lost the information where it actually was. I know the player was standing here. So must have been here somehow. This was the worst case that can happen. So okay. And there still was a function in there by Unity. I didn't look it up. Should have looked what this function does. Now it did just change the position of this time map. We will have to reload this scene because it also did not record this. Only show this time map. New alpha value 0. Doesn't do anything. Why? Okay, this was the old error. So if the time map color alpha value is 1 added to these other time maps. Remove the selected time map. And set the alpha value to the new alpha value. Okay. So we need to find out which part did not work. Debug log. Let's record the new alpha value. And also say debug.log set new setting new color. Do we want more? Yes, maybe. Removing time map. So to put in the name of the time map. So this didn't do anything. Let's try that again. Only show this time map. think it didn't do anything. Only show this time map. Okay, maybe it's waiting for the return forever. So first we can make sure that the return value is actually return. Yep, then only then the return value will be returned. And that's pretty much it. So, how can we make sure this return value is not yet initialized? How do we check that? Seems like it's stuck here. So let's debug log right afterwards. I think the default float value is 0. So that would explain a lot. If the default float value is 0, this might also return 0. I did put in 0 into the slider. So if I don't put in 0, it is going to work. So let's put in another value. And we immediately see that a lot of changes have occurred. And these time maps have been set to 0. And reverse. Wait. Okay. Now we want to reload the scene because it did mess up with the position of the grid here. Don't want to have that permanently. And we see now that the position has been changed. I think it also changed the scale, so everything was messed up. So this is equal to 0. How do we change this? I got an idea. Float start value is 0. So let's make this a little bit dynamic. If it's equal to start value minus 1, wait. And here we also set it to start value minus 1 immediately. And since this is executed first, this check will happen afterwards. should happen afterwards. Yeah, it will, it will. Okay, let's go into Unity and check it out. Now let's select the ground. Maps, environment, grid, ground. Only show this time map. And we see immediately the background disappeared. Also all those timers that I did set up here, I will make them reappear. Good. Okay. Now there is a catch. And that is the time maps with the objects here. They are not set to have their own time map. They have game objects on them, which makes them even if more inefficient, but also makes it possible to have this kind of grassy field here. And this is the only way how to do this actually. So how do we fix this? Fortunately, we already have a method that does solve this problem, which is called change selected color or something. I think it's in here. Here. So let's make this public and let me specify what game objects should be changed. And then we just say, we give this as a parameter here. And here we just say, hey, use this as a parameter. And since this is public, it can be made private. Just stop IDE. I have a plan. I have a plan, IDE. Ooh, no, that's a bad idea. Ooh. Okay, we can actually let's forget about that, because the color of some of these game objects is not going. You see, they are black, they are a little bit gray. You cannot just change their color. It's not a good idea. Some even do have a different alpha value. The crystals do not have 100% alpha value, I think. So we cannot do that. It's a bad idea. Now why does it say it has an error? Okay, it doesn't. Okay, so instead of that, you can disable them? That's hard, kind of hard. No, we have to change the color. We have actually to code this. So of course it isn't that easy. Of course there was something that we have to take care of. Okay, we don't only need this inner loop because we don't need to specify again which kind of time map we need. So get all the sprite windows. And if and only if the color alpha is equal to 1, then we want to change it. And then it's going to be the new color, which is similar to this one, but it's going to be keeping its RGB values. Don't want to change that. And then we have to be able to reverse that. So let's record every object where we do that. So we need a second list here with all the objects that we changed. Sprite renderer. Change file map object. Let's rename this to, oh god damn it, color change time maps, to be a little bit more descriptive. Does not so to give it an underscore. So that's not important though. We also want to initialize it immediately. And here we also want to clear this list. Okay. And we don't need to ask for this because this is always on the time maps. It's only asking for things on the time maps. So only need to copy this now, put it inside of the reverse function. Doesn't need an if clause. However, we don't want to get it out of these tile maps. We have recorded them and are very specific here. So we only want to do this with the recorded ones, because there are objects which don't have use alpha value 1. Okay, so this is maybe the easiest implementation that we can do here. Also, we nearly reached 1000 lines of code here, so this is actually now a big class. So, only show this time map. And it worked. And reverse. And it didn't. So I need to stop this undo here. Now the debugging is getting annoying. We're close, we're close. We only need to find out how did this happen. It's quite easy. Because we did not put them into this list in the first place. We changed the color, we need to add them into the list. It's a small mistake. Nothing special to be honest. What did I do there? Just want to write the information if you undo this. And there's a quotation mark, we don't need that. We don't want to proclaim our changes. Just want to do them. Okay. Now let's clear the console and let's reverse all our changes. See what happens. Now we see all the objects again, so that worked just fine. Show me this tile map. Okay. Reverse. Seems alright. Let's do this with one of our custom times now. Don't know what I selected here. It's vegetation. Only want to show the vegetation here. Yeah, I also see the background, but that's minor. Let's reverse this. Yeah, that's finished. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't see any problem anymore. We didn't see this error pop up, so not sure if it will come up again. When it comes up again, we will go for a hunt and see what kind of line this is coming from. Unfortunately, I did not click the line. There's a chance that the error bug that I hunted there was actually this line of code. Restructure submenu to use more submenus. Yeah, we did that. I want to just do one more thing and see if we can maybe sort these functions differently. So let's make them all small. We have this big mass of functions and I'm always too lazy to read them again. So let's do this right now before I really get tired. Too lazy to do that. Because these are a lot of functions. So the first important one is obviously the set up tile map group. This is the function. This is the function. Actually, I don't want to see the function right now completely. That is going to enable me to work really, really fast. And the next one that I'm also going to use most is going to be this function here. Let's put it underneath. Actually, here. It would be nice if it would stay close. Possibly there's a way to do this, but I don't know it. And then there's this setup parallax transforms. Is this done automatically? It is done in. Can you show me the function? In the group function and in the init times function. So we don't need this to be a menu option anymore. So let's remove it. Or set up. Yeah, let's actually remove that. Change selected point distance. Yeah, that's rare, but we can use that. It's weird, so it belongs. It is justified to have this down here. We also could use this being accessible to just reset all points. What does it do? Doesn't do enough though. No, then we don't have this function. What does this do? It's going to set up the center point, the right player position. No. Well, at least for me, it's these are enough. I think I should test the. I should just practice with the brush for now. So let's make a new region here. Make 2 new region. And the first region is region. Variables and initialization. Variables initialization. God damn it! I really have to learn how to pronounce this. This is initialization. And the third one is auto brush pick. Yeah, these are the first things that I want to put into a region here. Close the region. Then the second region will be called core menu functions. Just have everything nicely structured. So if I'm annoyed that I need to close all the methods here, I can now just click this region and it's gone. And now these are 1000 lines of code structured into 5 regions. So yeah, now we can work with the code a little bit better. Yeah. Unfortunately, did open up all the functions here. That's a little bit annoying, because I like to just close them, not get in my way. At least when I'm working on that many functions. There's also no reason why I should make more classes to restructure this. So I think having these in regions is just a little bit nicer to work with the code, because I'm very sure that I will come back to this code later. So restructure the sub-menus. Let Unity compilate them. It already compilated. Okay, that's unusual. And yeah, let's see if we can maybe restart the process. Now let's not save the changes that we did. Reload the level and start painting. See if we have anything left. Let's be critical. We should be very close to the end. Now I'm a little bit confused why I did put them into this order. So the order here is completely bananas. I think it didn't update the order. I need to restart the editor for that. So let's first make a new background. Start order, end order. I want the start parallax speed to be 0 and the end parallax speed I want to have it way too fast. Start color, end color. Okay, the first layer. Vegetation, bushes and trees. The next layer will be vegetation, bushes and rocks. The next layer will just be will also be vegetation, bushes and trees. Then I want only bushes. Oh, I need to change the size of the window. So change editor windows size. I need to make sure that I can read this, because the -40 here is actually very important to me, because this is where I can read in which layer I'm drawing in. Okay. Now, what did I pick? I did pick a brush before. And then I want to have mixed rocks, gray and brown, and then I want to have just brown rocks. Okay. Now we can see they will shift very, very far. Actually, I think they will shift too far. But we're still testing. Okay, now let's paint this from back to front. Real quick. Okay, don't want this. Disable random is disabled. And draw chance mode. Yeah, now it's automatically picking one of those. Next one is a mixed gray and brown brush. Disable random here, okay. Draw chance mode. Okay, it's quite okay. Then we have another layer. There's one tree tree here, another layer, and the last layer. Okay. It's quite okay, everything is nice. And let's go for the foreground. Yeah, this is all set up well automatically. First we want to have short vegetation. Then we want to have just walks. Mixed walks, brown and gray and brown. No, let's go for only brown. And faded. Then let's go for bushes. Then let's go for mixed walks. And then we are going to have the foreground trees. And the last one is going to be a mixed brush, just with some random vegetation. Okay. Now this has default values. Now the speed doesn't match. Yeah, okay. Made a mistake there. But that's mostly my mistake. That's really, yeah, you can't protect if I type in custom values, I can't protect myself from typing in the wrong custom values. And now I'm going to draw in all the stuff. Just one different spread. Can reverse this as much as I want until I get a nice spread here. Could also pick them up by myself, but why bother if the algorithm just gives you them by chance? Now I'm a little bit annoyed. I'm going to decrease the chance. I want less objects here. So like this, baby. Okay. Then next one. Works, but the spread was awful. Yeah, the spread is awful. Also decrease the spawning chance. Maybe it was a little bit too low. Put this to 0.4. Until we get a nice random. Okay. So I need to find out the best values here. It's like now it's taking a little bit too long just to mess up with the options, but it's better than let's say it's better than, let's say, just picking something randomly each time. I want these to be really big, these foreground trees. Okay, maybe not that big. Not that big, I said. Okay, that's the scale I want to see. And then in the last layer, should give me the option to have a lot of vegetation just in front of the trees. Spawn in things on the trees. And let's hit play and see what happens. Well, this didn't take us much time. It was not stressful. We could handpick each game object. We could and pick each position. We all have all the options. We can do it randomly. We can specify how randomly. Okay, now we immediately see that the values in the background are not quite nice. You see how fast the background shifts, and the foreground just looks okay. Yeah, I think that it could be a little bit faster in the foreground, and then it would be realistic. And the foreground would also need to be a little bit lower. But you see what happens if I jump up here? Except for the background. The foreground, how it's going down and up. That's really nice. I like that. I think that's really nice. Now, unfortunately, the background is horrible. Like the stones here, they are going to move with me now. I think they have roughly the same speed as the character. So this would never be possible. This is scientifically impossible. If the stones are behind me, they cannot move at the same speed as me. This is just wrong perspective. So at least we have found out 100 is the maximum speed and we don't want to use it. So we can now go and handpick those assets here and change their speed. So let's see what we got. This is the background. And this is layer 0. It has 0 speed. So this is the first one. Can change the speed. Point distance. So if we want to go from 0 to 50, it would be 0, 10, 20, 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And we have 6 layers. Yeah. 10. Oops. 20. 30. 40. And 50. And let's also double the speed in the foreground. So we have the speed in the background now and double it in the foreground. And let's just see what happens. This is still 0. Would be nice if it would show me. Let's make this a task. When changing the distance, change name to speed and show alt speed. Would be nice if I could just see what speed it is using now. Could come in handy later. So this is -10. Okay, I did something weird. -10. And it disappeared. So what happened? Where are the points? Why can't I see them? So the point reference is still there. It disappeared behind this point because I think they have the same speed now. Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is hidden. 5. So I also need to select something if I want to change the distance.
minus 20. Minus 30. We should see that now, yeah. Minus 40. And minus 50. Yeah, we can immediately see from the X here that they now have correspondent values and that they should match somehow. So let's see what happens if I go through the map now. So I can change it on the fly. I think this also looks nice. But then I would expect the layer closest to the camera to be even bigger. And to be closer. Yeah, I think the shift does not match with the size. If I jump up, I need to make sure that somehow the things in the background do not float. So this is the only solution that I didn't found yet. So okay, I did found the solution is just to paint each rock to be a pile of rocks, or to paint a time underneath them. I'm not sure if this is a good solution though. It also seems that they are moving faster than the time map behind them. So that's bad. That's really bad. I think the custom values from the beginning were the best. So the guest values at the beginning were the very best. So let's first work on the changes here before we do anything. Core functions. Change the speed. Now look at how fast I can go into this. This is going to call this enumerator. Okay, first change selected. Parallax transform from speed. Okay, it can do this with multiple parallax transforms at once, if you wish so. So if you maybe have multiple layers with the same speed, one for bushes, one for stones. You don't need those, but maybe you want. It would be inefficient though, from the coding, so I wouldn't recommend it. So here's the import text. We have to calculate it first. A float current parallax speed. And we could now try to get some math out of our asses to calculate it, but we could also just copy this here. Actually, we did calculate it one time, so maybe we need this to be a generic internal function. So where did we calculate the speed? Yes, we did this one time. Let's see where we did this. In set reference points. So let's make this a private function. Private float calculate current shift x shifting speed. And we need the parallax transform for that. Is a parallax transform. And we need to return this value. Let's just return it here. Return x shifting speed. Could also not declare this variable, but it's a little bit easier to read what we are returning. And then we just say please calculate it here. Give it the parallax transform, do our calculation. So need to make it static as everything else in here. But that's about it. So we were coding. And we can just say this is the current speed. I'm not sure what this is going to return though. String. I'm not sure what this is going to return. So, change selected parallax transform speed. It is going to return minus 0.5. Okay, which one is this? What is this going to return? Minus 0.4. We need to change this times 100 because when typing them in, we divide them by 100. Because working with 0.4, 0.3 is not as nice as working with 10, 20, 30. That's why we do this. And then this should be, yeah, now we have the current speed and we just want to halve it now. So this is quite easy. Minus 25. Minus 20, minus 15. We immediately see our changes here appearing. Minus 10 and minus 5. Yeah, and we immediately see the changes occur. Can do this. We just need to divide. We don't need to memorize. Was I at 50 or 20? Where was I? I just see it here. Or 20. I wanted to divide by 10, so that should be easy. Yeah, and then I just hit play. That's as easy as it is. And now we have a nice little X-wing here. It's also the most artistic art form. Yeah, and the only thing that I need to change is now, and then that is something that I need to draw artistically. I need to learn this artistically, how to make the things in the background not actually float in the air when I jump up or down. And that's quite easy with our new functions. Now, oh no, I haven't drawn in all the things that I need to do to have in the background. How do I do this in the background? These things are floating in the air. Just go here. I only show this time map. Now I only see this time map here. And now I say, hey, but I don't see how it's looking when I jump up. This is not correct. So I need to reverse that. This is not correct. Top position is not correct. So if I shift, for some reason, I want to shift to the top reference point. I think last time I saw that it was going to the wrong direction. No, it's not anymore. Oh, we need to give it the not the center reference. We need to give it the last current point references. That's the problem. And then now should shift up when I say show the top position. Because I referenced the wrong position there. Now it shift up, yeah. Okay, let's reverse that. Let's also only show this time map, but I want to slightly see the other time maps. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh. Okay, reverse. Now I could kind of see, if I jump up, now I see exactly where the stones are going to be, and they are floating in the air. I immediately see that, and because I put the rest of the time up to alpha. Now it's a little bit messy because there's a lot of stuff there, but I kind of see what is going on, at least way better than before. If I disable the background, it's also a little bit more clear. It's nice. Now I would start painting behind them, but unfortunately we still have an error to fix. I don't think it's going to be. It's going to be that hard. What did I do? Show them all again. Okay, so what I did do is only show. God damn it! Show them all, please. Okay. Only show this time map. And the name of this should be changed. Let's put this to 0.4. And now let's put those to 0. Now that worked. Let's reverse that. Select a time map here and do it again. There was something wrong. 0.5. Okay. 0. 0.5. Oh, come on, why did you bug? Oh, maybe I did select the wrong map or something. Okay, now it works like it's supposed to be. It's a little bit weird. Sure, there's a bug though. Okay, what else was a little bit weird? I don't remember anything else. Are they centered now? No, I don't think so. Show position center. This is the normal position. Okay, let's put them up here. When I jump up, they're going to shift like this. And I only want to work on the last time up here. Change the other time maps to 0, 1. So that's not enough. Now I can't see where the ground. I can barely see the ground. I need to put the value a little bit higher. 0.2. Now I can barely see this green line. This is where the ground is. So they need to extend to the ground. And this is on -50. Good. Now I have the correct brush. Let's disable the draw chance mode and just draw in here. Also increase the order in layer. So we draw in front. Also increase the scale a little bit. And this method is not safe. It's not going to work every time. I still can improve this. And it still has its quirks. And then we still see this is not touching the ground. And then I need to wait until it picks randomly a good stone here. That's not good. I also need to make sure that these are always on top. So yeah, this solution is a little bit wonky, to be honest. And also means that we spawn in a lot of game objects. So the best thing that I would do here is to increase their size again. Or I guess I do this. So this would make sure that they cover up all the space here. Makes it a little bit easier. And then go in layer to layer. Maybe it would be nice to have a pile mode. So they always are stone piles when I enable this mode. This would be, because doing this every level, forget it. And look, see how long it takes. I just want to see if I can improve this. So I need to learn artistically first, and then I'm going to optimize on that. So yeah, a pile mode would be nice, and then you can say pile it like a pile of stones or like a pyramid. It would be nice as a brush option that you just can click. And each one is going to be way bigger than the one before. So What do I want to hear? I want to do here. I only want to say the next one. Only show this time map now. And this is a different time map. I'm going to select it and just do the same thing. Increase the value here. I think 7.5 is always working. Okay, I was wrong about that one. Want to make sure that this is increased one layer. So yeah, I guess I will do a pile mode. Do this automatically. Now I have to. I think it's always 0.25 bigger. It's a nice value. Yeah. Now I can go for the next layer. And this is brushes. I think it's brushes. Yes, it's a brush. So we were at 8.5, 9.5. Put them to scale 0.9. Disable draw chance. And just put brush in front of them. Okay, also have to make sure that this is really in front. Okay, I think we have to back down with the scale a bit. Okay, now for the next layer. We also see how much it is above the surface immediately. Now let's also do this with the brush. But make sure that we are in front of them. This is -20, so -15 should be sufficient here. And for the next, I think you can see this tree is too elevated. We need to hide these. Okay, so I only show this time, the next time map. The goal now is, as I said, to make this look good. Okay. In every case. Alright, we kind of need a brush only for stones and bushes. Or we would have to make sure that we paint like this. Put a lot of stuff in the first layer that is always going to cover up the weaknesses in the layer behind it. I don't think that's a generic good idea. Okay, now let's reverse. And here we go. Let's play and see if there's still stones floating awkwardly in the air. No. Yes. See something? There's a stone. Kind of saw something here. God damn it, it's hard to detect. Sorry. Sorry. I feel like this is not the right way. Here, I can see a gap. I can see a gap here, right here. It's really hard to see. I also think I think it's okay for the things in the background for the size. Maybe they could even be a little bit bigger though. I think it could stay like this. That's okay. Like now you see all this this vegetation here. You jump down here. It looks more like you're on a hill now. I think the last layer here could be way bigger though. So we need to increase the size more. Okay. So let's code that. Just a little small change. And then then we can still look if we find something else. Now I'm thinking about skipping this pile mode. Might be not a good idea. Because with this pile mode, yes, it works, but with the vegetation, it would not work. So kind of, you just have to practice this. Maybe there's no algorithm for that. So for the foreground, what I wanted to do here, the scale increase per layer, I want to double this. So we have more scale in the last layer, and And then I'm also going to double the shifting per layer. It still looked okay. Let's actually put this to 7.5. I think 7.5 feels like a nice value. And because we would also need to assign this to the back layer. And in the back layer, I felt like the decrease per layer was a little bit too much. Let's back down on this and only decrease 0.05. Also back down on the color decrease. So this makes it a little bit easier. On the other side, if the layer speed increases, that also means that we also have to clean up more stuff in the background that is going to float in the air when you jump up. So I think the best way to actually cover this is not by adding piles. I think the best way is to make sure that there's always a layer in front, and we need to kind of make sure that that if you jump up, there's always something covering the layer in the back. So why is this important, and why is this I think a little bit better? Because then you don't have to draw as much, yeah. Because then you don't have to draw that many different objects, and it will be a little bit easier to set up. Yeah, just my thoughts there. Still learning. So at least we are now in the part where we don't need more functions, or not many big functions. It's more about how does this look good now. Well, it always has been, but it's now more in the center. And with that, I would say, let me think one more time. We go through these layers. Yep. The next thing I want to do is to go through the brushes, because the brushes have these weird quirk that their front sprite layer is 5 plus 5 of their sticks that they have inside of them, and this is kind of annoying because often you draw them into a layer 10 and they pop out of layer 5 then, and this is kind of not how it's supposed to, it's not intended to work like this. So let's go and find the layer here and just put this 0, 1, yeah, 0, because they have a weird ordering. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. I wouldn't need to put them to 0. I just need to make sure the range of the order is not that big. Just something that I noticed. It's not actually that there's much thought behind this. Just a little bit annoying. When I paint with the brushes, they often set themselves up to be a little bit different than I thought that they would be. Okay, so we've done that. And yeah, let's make our last test for today. Do we have any console errors? No. It's good. No bugs. Means more time for the important things. So what is it this time? Now maybe I want to have the option here to show also the top right position and the top left position. And that's actually not hard to do. Actually, let's do that right now before we start. Because you can just copy paste the points and do this in 5 minutes. It's just something that's bothering me right now. It's my head. Okay, so show top right and top left. And what we need to shift the timer point to the right and left a little bit now. How much do we need to shift it? I want to try something out. What if I give in the top reference point? No, then it's going to well, then it's going to have another y value. So new transform, new vector 3, new position, new reference point, and this is going to be, why does it make brackets? Oh yeah, it's a vector 3, new reference point, and then new vector 3. It's going to have the, and it's pretty easy. X Y Z. Okay, now we have red things in there. That's because they are. This is before we know the parallax transforms. We have to do it in here. We have to get the position. Unfortunate, because this is going to make this really long. And then we don't want to, for the X value, we don't want to have the X value for the top reference. We just need the right reference. And we feed this into our function here. Ugh. But that doesn't take positions. It takes transforms. So we need to say, do we need the target point? No, we only need the vector 3 target point position, because I don't want to create a new transform just for that. And then it will work just as well. And here in the old functions, just feed in our position instead of a point. It doesn't make any difference. It's just that we read out the value first and then put it inside. That's not quite, not no deal at all. And here we just feed it the new reference point. And when we go to the left, we also make this new reference point, but we make this with the left reference point position. And now we just, as before, need to just feed it inside of our function that is going to calculate everything for us. Don't need to think about it, it's done. And this is why it's nice to always make your functions into little sub-functions. Then if you want to add new functions on the fly, yeah, I don't think this took me more than 10 minutes. That will maybe take me more than 10 minutes to test it. But making those, quite easy. And since I already have this function, the function is probably going to work. There's not many things that can go wrong. If the function works as it's supposed to be, and it does this in 4 cases already, and in the new 2 cases, there's not a high chance that something is going to go wrong. Okay, but okay, let's make an announcement. Now it's going to be the last test for today, and then I'm going to end the stream. Let's make the new time map group. For the background, 6 layers. They have the new scale that we are going to try out. First, we want vegetation, bushes, and trees. Then we want to vegetation, bushes, and rocks. Mix those 2 up. Then we want bushes and rocks. Oh, we have that. Nice. And then we want, this is -40, yeah. Okay, now this has been set up automatically. Let's go and paint it. Now the intention for this was like, go on it easy. We have to go from back to front. This is the annoying part. So I have to give them a chance. Ooh. They're a little bit too high above the surface. Did I draw the right layer? So I need to cover these up later. I think we have to do something about them though, because the bushes and rocks. Oh, they have an offset. Okay. So let's get out this offset and then draw them in. Now they are not floating in the air. Okay, that's something that I did overlook. Okay, now it spawned in 3 trees, but that's okay. Random chance. Set position. Top. See, things are floating in the air. Top right. Is this correct? I say easy way to check this. Yes. So this is actually how they would look if I would stand on this position, but be in this height. So if I jump up in this position, how is it going to look? Like this. So I know immediately what I do need to fix and what not. And that's why these functions are here. And the easiest way to do this is to just make sure that in the first layer you have some brushes just covering up this stuff. So I just put out this brush, and set its scale to 1. Look that the order in layer is white. Yeah. I need to experiment a little bit with this, but I can make it work. Now in this case here, still need to cover this up more. Yeah, here I can also cover this up. Not really. Okay, let's go to the next layer, which is vegetation. Also, just put in some rocks here. Actually, you know what? I think this layer, is it going to be fine? Let's only show this layer. Don't know yet. I didn't select it. Okay, that's a good idea. So it's underneath the surface in most cases, but not with these brushes here. It's still a little bit too much. Just trying out to cover all these weaknesses. Okay, let's show all position. Let's reverse this. Okay. Okay, I think we need to spawn in rocks in front. Like this. It's a little bit tedious, to be honest. It's not the best idea yet. So you know what? Let's try a different approach. Just a radical different approach. Maybe this is just too much work. How about we change our approach? Only show this time map. And I got a radical approach here. What if we, in the inspector of this tile map, say this is going to be background, sorting order 1, order in layer -19. Now this is going to be in front. Just draw in mountain stones. Where are the stones? Mountain main. pick the default brush. Still a bit tedious, to be honest. It's still too much work. This is a time killer. This is just a time killer, that's bad. And then we would just say something like this. Still too much time. And we still have layers to go. We have minus 30. But didn't we paint anything on this time map? No, we didn't paint anything on this time map. That's interesting. I must have overlooked this time map though. We could do like something like this here. Just with the default brush. Just trying to experiment a little bit. Oh, I also have to make sure that this time it's actually using a background sorting layer. Okay. This is on minus 35. It still doesn't work, but we can at least experiment with this. As I said. And see what looks good, what doesn't. In the end, only hard work will save us, I guess. Hard work, that sounds stressful. So it would be nice if we would just spawn in something like these tile maps here underneath these rocks and just have one picture that is very flat that we can just put underneath them, that we just draw later. I think this would be the best solution here. This would be much better than trying to make a tile map each time, because what I'm doing here is very time consuming and I still don't know if this is even worth it, but let's keep going. And even with all this help, this is still kind of a tedious task. Yeah? I could maybe work with wool tiles, but that's not the point. Okay, let's reverse this. And hit play. And see what will happen with the background if I go through this. And it doesn't look good at all. Now I could change the background color there so it doesn't look the same. But this is not going to change the fact that this is just not a good method. Just not a good method. Let's put this to 150. This one to 175. $200. And 125. Play again. You kind of see that there's supposed to be something in the background. It doesn't work with time maps too well. Especially the ones that are pretty similar. So this to draw this with time maps is not a solution. Actually, it could also be that the user is now thinking, hey, how can I jump on this tile map in the background? Okay. I think it's not nice that it does work with time maps. Also can tell us the extent of how far this is going to shift. But it's not the solution. The solution is going just have a drawing just like this one. It's going to be flat and just covering all the areas here. So if you jump up and down, we just see some hills pop up. The second solution would be to put this reference point just down here. And what is this going to change is that at the beginning everything will be lower. So let's do that. Let's show the time maps. No, let's pick the reference point. This is kind of a dirty fix though. From this position to this position, it's a difference of 2 and 2. So 29, 2. Okay, give it a little bit more. Now, what will this change is that the objects will not, if you jump, be above the surface. If I select the background, say change the reference point, and hit play, they should immediately display a different behavior. Now if I go on the ground here, should barely see them. No, and this did the opposite of what I think they would do. Now they are up in the air from the start. Yeah, because they did set themselves down. So I need to pick this up to this position, go up 2 and 2. So to 24, 5. Okay, then set them to this position. See if they are now very low at the start, and then just barely coming up when I jump up. I think this is maybe a dirty fix, but it's not a bad fix. At least it's a fix. It's a fix. Yeah. Let's see what happens if I blend out the time maps here. So I think we will go with the dirty fix. Let's put the alpha color in these to 0. And we still see them floating in the air. It's a little bit sad. I think though they have a good speed. They have a good speed. I feel at this speed it looks like it is exactly shifting to the right position to make it like it. It kind of seems like it's in between our ground and the background. But just look at this brush. It looks like it's believable. This is exactly between us and the true background. Until we jump up. When you jump up, it's not believable at all. So the next fix could be, if it's in the background, don't shift that much. Could also be in the foreground. It's okay. In the foreground, white looks okay, but in the background, not really. So, how do we know that it is in the background? Then its X shifting speed is going to be positive. So if the X shifting speed is positive. Then it's in the background, and if it's in the background, we want to decrease how much it's going to go up and down. Also have to change that in the code for setting those up for those top reference points, because now the top reference points do not reflect that that change. And there we have it. Still shift in the background. Come up a little bit when we jump up and down. But not much. Now we can put the reference point back to a decent position here, like this one. Set up this as the new reference point. This means the time map expects us to have this as the 0 position. Yeah, it's coming up a little bit now. However, this is weird. I think it's just weird that it just feels unnatural that it's not coming up now. Yeah, feels unnatural that it shifts so much when I go left and right, but not that much when I jump up and down. And I have this feeling, because the background is actually shifting, it's not shifting with it. It kind of gives me the feeling like I'm getting sick, because the background is not shifting with it. So this is not an option. Okay, also not working. Damn it. So we have no solution. Except our only solutions are draw a pile or draw one line of some kind of background things. Yeah. And both are going to take some time. A draw a pile is going to be way faster, so I'm automatically should favor that. Also, draw a pile is not without its drawbacks. So let's take a look here. Let's look at all the times here. Put the alpha values to 0. Don't want to look at them anymore. Filthy time maps. Show top position, yay! We have rocks floating in the air. don't really have the time to make a drawing for just a flat drawing for them. Is there no other way around this? I know one way. I already have this background drawing. What if I put it and order, say it's this layer now? Could actually work. So in the UI, this is a really interesting idea. I can just pick a layer out of here. Let's see layer 1. And I want to disable this. I want to disable this whole layer. Pick its images. No, I only want to copy the source image and assign them to this layer here. As sprite background at no, let's image 1, and then I want to add this as a component. Sprite renderer. Paste in the image. Get it over here. Give it background minus 60. Put it over here. It's going to repeat itself indefinitely, so I can just guess where it is. Now I need to disable gizmos. To just get this right. Do I need this 3 times? I think I need it 2 times. I think this is going to shift with the player. Let's see if this will bug because I disabled a background layer. But this could be a nice idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't shift with the objects. But why? Does it even shift? No, it doesn't shift. It looks like it's shifting because everything else is shifting, but it doesn't. It doesn't shift. So what's moving is this time map. Let's assign it to some time map and hit play again. And then this time it should actually shift with the camera. If I jump up here, you see all the rocks are on the hill. And it looks quite okay. I think unfortunately the real solution will be, yeah, I need to redo all this. That's a little bit, I need to have drawings that will just match. There's no way around this. isn't looking too bad. I think what's killing it a little bit is that the color of the rocks that are on it is actually very dark. So let's maybe make them into a really bright color. Oh, I think I didn't give it an alpha. Yeah. Let's play again. So now it does blend in quite okay-ish with the stones that are on it. But if you look at this brush here, it still needs something to stand on. So it's not a solution that is going to fix everything. It's just a solution that is going to fix some things. But not everything. Everything, yeah. So I think we have to be careful with these trees here. Now this is supposed to look like this, but it looks a little weird. It looks a little bit weird. It's okay-ish. It's okay-ish. It's okay with the small one. With the big one, not so much. I think and the tweak just can't be that big. I think it's randomly determined though. So I need to just take care of that. But it is still artistic things. This is nothing that I can generate. What I like about it, if it's that low, look at what's happening in the background. Now that this layer is that low, in the background we have this kind of valley feeling. Like we're really in some kind of valley of Transylvania. So like you are in some kind of mountains. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. So maybe make this the last layer. To save one drawing, and then the rest just draw some kind of dirt, brown earth, assign it to it, and be finished. Okay, now another solution to it would be not do that. Keep this layer, change its shifting speed to match the speed of the rocks. But I think they do have. No, that's never going to work, because they do use completely different methods for using for moving, because these backgrounds here, they are set up to indefinitely move. And the problem with that is essentially that they are set up to always fit the camera size. And this is going to be impossible to match with the rocks, because they are going to move at a different speed when you are playing on a different screen. So if you are playing on a wide screen, 4K monitor, it's going to move at a different speed than on a 420 68 old TV screen. Now you could just assume, yeah, everybody is going to use just 1920 times 1080, but don't. There's a lot of laptops and laptop players who just play at other sizes like 3 to 4. 3 to 4 is still even in modern laptops used, and I don't have control about it. Or some people just get laptops which have quite weird screen sizes that are a little bit different from what you expect to be. I can't make an assumption about that. It's very important. Yeah. So I'm going to end the stream now. Close this. And see, what did we do? Oh, we still need to change the editor window size. Okay, now find a way to handle floating objects in the distance. Yeah. Another way would also be to just spawn in more bushes in the second layer and then just always fill everything out. So that would likely not look too well. And that would be easy to detect. So yeah, I'm also going to research how we can do this. Maybe look for inspiration in other games. So okay, so for the result for today, we have pretty much finished the editor functions. I'm still thinking we will change some values here and there, but it's just putting in values. It's not code changes or big new methods that I can see right now that are going to essentially change the way we handle this. As I said, maybe there will be function to just add piles, so something in the background, just make sure that there's a big rock underneath them. We need something, but this is also an artistic question. So I will really try to look for some inspiration there in the web, how other games do it, and maybe try to find the easiest solution that is doable, that looks good, that is maybe a little bit creative, or yeah, let's just see what we can do with this. I think the possibilities that we have there are just very nice. And we also tried to get some quick fixes. Now, the dirtiest and easiest fix that I have seen so far is just put them completely underneath the camera when you start, which is not the nicest solution, but it's a solution, but it's not a nice solution. So that's maybe not a good idea, since it's going to solve the problem, but it's also going to undermine the whole purpose of making this parallax effect. If you can barely see it, it's barely worth putting it into the game in anyway. So I don't think it's that good of an option. Another side, yeah, I can imagine that we kind of tone down that if you jump up there, they come up. They can also come up when you're jumping, and that we kind of put them a little bit down so you can see them shifting when you're running, and you are supposed to still see the last layer there, and we need to just kind of find what kind of things look good. Like you can find inspiration in nature. What can you find there? Mountains, grass hills, bushes, just a row of bushes that is randomly in there. There are certain ways to do this. It's not impossible, and we just have to find the best solution and make a generic drawing underneath them that is not going to distract too much in the background and is not going to kill the feeling of the game. So yeah, still trying to find the best solution for that. So I also have to say I did not imagine the parallax effect to be that good, but also to take that much effort to make it work. And the goal remains to make this in each one in 5 minutes. And at the beginning, as I said, it can be done in 3 minutes with a lot of optimization. And I could just cheat this right now and start drawing in the levels, because we are at the point where we can draw them in 3 minutes. If I would just cheat how they are in the background, decrease their floating speed, which I said it's going to kill the perception. So no, that's out of the question. But if you would just change the reference point, so they barely come up, that you can barely see them, but then what's the point if you can barely see them? They are just that edge of the screen. So yeah, still have to conclude my thoughts on that. Find the best solution that is far away from just draw everything by yourself, because then it's all just a grind. Now, if I would have more time, I would just say, yeah, draw hills, draw some yeah, let's draw some hills, or dirt hills that could be there, like just in nature. Actually, this might be the best solution. So I don't know what we are going to do next time. I'm still going to research a little bit and go to bed afterwards. And thank you for joining so far. I hope you have a wonderful night, and tune in next time. I'm going to start tomorrow again. Thank you and good night.